me start recording. I hope it's working. All right, good deal. Good morning, everybody. Real quick, I will go over my disclaimers. You will see me place my trades on here. I am trading my cash account. Um, I do not recommend following me. I do not recommend putting your stop loss where I put it, putting your TP where I put it. I advise you just to learn, to watch, and I guess maybe pick up a thing or two or learn what not to do. But I will be executing with my cash account on this left chart, which is the micro. On my right, I have changed my chart a little bit. I've got the 1 minute mini right here, and then over here I've got the what they call it, the FODI ICT higher time frame candle indicator, and I've got my 5 minute. And the only reason I have that, I just want to be able to see the 5 minute fair value gaps. So I don't have the three pane view anymore. It's just the two. But primarily on my other screen, I am just staring at the 15 minute. And if we go into, bear with me, if we go into, look at the NQ right now on just the 15 minute, you know, my lean off this news is going to be higher. However, ES and YM did take London high. So I was in a long earlier, and basically I was in this long off of the 5 o'clock open. We came down, touched the unmitigated breaker that was the 11:15. We created, let me drop down to the 1 minute view. We had, let's see, right here is where I took the long. We basically had the 5 o'clock open right here. So it was a time-based change in the state of delivery play. Here, I'll put that. Sorry. I was doing it on my phone and on a different chart, so I had my chart drawings on the separate chart. But basically, we opened here, ran up a little bit, came down, swept the 4-hour lows on NQ. I believe ES and YM did not sweep the 4 o'clock lows. So right here, with us having this set up at the key time, also tapping into the 15-minute unmitigated breaker. And if we look at the hourly chart, you can see it was also a unicorn tap on the hourly chart. It was a high probability long for me. So I took it, set through a lot of time distortion. I believe right here at 7 o'clock, I took a partial because ES had rated London high. I moved my stop up, got trailed stopped out. This short right here was a pretty solid short if anybody took it. We had the time base change in the state of delivery with 7 o'clock. We had rated the 5 and 6 o'clock hour high. On NQ, rated session liquidity with London on ES and YM. So this short right here was pretty high probability. And honestly, I might have taken it had I not had to get my kids ready for school. But let's go back and look at what we have so far.
Yo, Brett.
Yeah.
I got the audio working. Do you want me to record two as a backup?
Oh yeah, if you would, that'd be great, just in case mine doesn't work.
Yeah, I'll do so.
Thanks, brother. So right now on my chart, I have this bearish breaker up here that some people took the short yesterday afternoon, which was a fantastic short. But we have 15-minute bearish breaker here that did have some SMT up here with it because we had taken the prior day high. I do not believe yesterday that, yeah, ES did not take the prior day high. So this right here, let me mark it up real fast. To me, this breaker is the one that is leading the charge because of the SMT at the highs. We do have this breaker here, that I played long, but really we don't have quality SMT down here. If I bring up the other charts, you'll be able to see the only SMT that we have down here was consecutive candle. So NQ put a low in at 2 o'clock, made a higher low at 2:15. On ES, we made a low at 2 and then a lower low at 2:15. And then on YM, we put in the low at 2 o'clock and made a higher low, just like NQ did. So we have consecutive candle SMT down here, which honestly is not that great. So I do think that this breaker, if we open the news, which we're getting right now, and we go straight down, I think we'll go through it. We might come down here and tap this other one. But right now, my lean is that this bearish breaker on the 15-minute is at least controlling price at the moment. But let's see what we get. And as always, if y'all have questions, please type them or ask, and I will get to them as I can. Alright, so we came down and we tapped the breaker. I do expect this just to, melt through it. And again, the reason I expect that I think these breakers are not going to hold, just because of the lack of SMT. So now, what I wouldn't mind seeing, if we do run London low on one of the assets, which ES tried to, or if we can get down to prior day low, we'll definitely look for longs. Because if y'all remember from yesterday with Arthur's stream, I believe we created some, we created a 4-hour, hourly, 15-minute bullish breakers. So I do lean long, but I think we still have some more downside that we could attack. And also over here, this big box right here, that's a new week opening gap. I have it just sitting up here so I know where it's at, because if you, let's see, if we extend it, you can see how it's been really important. I mean, it's been rejecting price constantly. Yesterday when we broke out of it, after lunch, I thought that we might, rally. I think most people did, but it rejected it pretty much immediately. So what's today? Thursday? I think the low of the week is in, but I would not be surprised to see us possibly run the low today, put in the low on today, Thursday, and then we rally into the close tomorrow. Now, I don't know if we take the weekly highs if that happens, but I could see that scenario playing out. So the one thing that I honestly do not have, I don't have a bias. I don't know what we're going to do. And hopefully we can just play it macro to macro.
You mentioned, preferably for longs, you want either London low or Tuesday low, right?
Yeah. All the assets took Asia low. So, I mean, we do have some fuel to go higher, but I think one of them's going to have to take, London low, which ES looks like it's about to take London low. know. We'll see. We'll see.
Have you changed your settings on the London lows? The time settings.
Here, I'll pull it up in 1 second. Let me get that pulled up. So my setting is for London 2 to 4:59.
Yeah, but if you look on the ES chart, I think the London liquidity is a bit off.
Do I have it off? Let's see. Oh wow, yeah. Okay, I did not update it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
That's a critical mistake. Yeah, from the time change the other day.
And I think you need to change YM too.
Yep. Eden coming in clutch this morning. So this live stream was well worth it for me. I'd have figured it out eventually when I kept getting stopped out, right?
Yeah. Something we could see though is like the 50-minute news candle providing fuel if we get like SMT going into the unmitigated, or is it mitigated? Yeah, the breakers down there. But yeah, we'll see macro to macro.
Yeah. So this makes more sense now. Yeah. London low was much lower on ES. Hey, but that's important to note. Always check your settings and stuff, because that could have been a critical error had we ran this and then I'm looking for longs and nobody tells me, you know, you're wrong. Oh, but what we look for anyway is, you know, kind of like yesterday, you get that opening range on that first 15-minute candle. If we raid liquidity before, we can look to take a trade. All right, so we're tapping into that lower bullish breaker. Again, I think these are going to get just absolutely melted through. And yeah, I go ahead and put the highs and lows on these candles, and I just adjust it as, you know, price is playing out. So we got about 9 more minutes before the candle closes. Kraken, yeah, I do. I use the first 15 minute. Now, you know, there is a way. You know, some people can use, if we have like a huge 1 minute candle, you could play it as that 1 minute range and kind of wait for one of the assets to rate it, and you could play it that way. I don't like doing it. I think, honestly, probably in the past like 3 months, I've probably played that way once. I'd much rather see the 15-minute range get created. Now, if we were to take liquidity from a session, you know, in this first 15 minutes, then I'm going to jump in and we'd be able to play something without the range getting taken. It's kind of like that short yesterday. I can't remember. NQ didn't rate it. I don't think any of the assets had rated it yet, but we had taken session liquidity, I believe. So we were able to take the short before we got that first 15-minute range broken. Oh, and going back to this 11:15 breaker that I played earlier, I liked it because if you notice, it lines up with the midnight open. These breaker blocks line up with the midnight open. So it's a time-based change in state of delivery type play. You know, we did have consecutive candle up here. That 822 was valid. I wouldn't have personally played it. Anybody take that short? Let's take a look at the projections too. I mean, YM did make a new high, and NQ failed to. ES failed to make a new high. I mean, and consecutive candle SMT. I mean, you could have played it. Let's see, we did hit 4.5. Oh, Prince. Okay, I see. Yeah, you did post that. We hit 4.5 from the 822. Yeah. And look, so why would this not be a high probability setup to take the 822? Anybody want to type in and tell me? So I will answer my own question. The 830 candle is the one that confirmed the breaker. Typically manipulation. Just like a 930 open. In my opinion. Alright, so
like Tenny said, you want to get in before, not
correct.
During or after.
Correct. And then you want that manipulation to be the distribution that you're playing. You don't want to get manipulated on it.
What is your thoughts on this long right now? We got consecutive with YM on the lows, and this is not the low of 5 minute either.
You know, I mean, honestly, you could play it based off like that 1245 breaker. I'm not going to touch it until we get a rate of the news candle, or if one of the sessions, takes session liquidity lower. I mean, let's look at the 1 hour. I mean, there is some SMT that you could play based off, the 6 o'clock candle. I think it's higher probability to wait, personally. But hitting the projections down here, coming back up, it's let's see where these projections take us up to. I mean, it would have us running prior day high. I mean, it's definitely valid. I mean, let's see. Is that a 5 minute order block? Order block's up here. Yeah, I mean, it's not my cup of tea to take that long, but you definitely can. And, we're confirming outside the macro window. It's still within the realm. I would just want to see some type of liquidity rated down below.
Yeah, that was my only thing with this long is the liquidity that we took on the low significant enough to validate this or want to put risk on the table for me?
It's not strong enough for me to take it. I mean, it's honestly valid. Now, and remember, how I view the market and how I view this model, let me pull this up. If I believe our trend is still up, I do not need sell side liquidity rated to get long, right? So if I believe this is a continuation play, all I need is some type of consecutive candle, 15 minute, give me hourly, bullish SMT down here, and I can, my rules permit me to get into the trade. So, I mean, you can keep that in mind and see. I mean, you know, we did tap this breaker, but I think one of them is going to take liquidity lower. I mean, you can say we had PD array SMT here because this breaker didn't get tapped on YM. It did on ES and NQ. So, I mean, the long's definitely there if one took it. Anybody take it? Eden did not take it. Yeah, again, I mean, you're probably looking at 50-50 on this play if you took it. Which, hey, 50-50 is still not bad. Now, the highest probability setup's going to be, if you look on my screen, I've got my little boxes down here. You know, when we have that high impact news at 8:30, either we get in before 8:30 and get the SMR set up and we ride the distribution, or I don't want to call it distribution, we ride the manipulation that 8:30 will bring towards our target, or we wait for that 8:50 to 9:10 macro, and that is going to be our highest probability play. And typically what we find with that macro is we're going to get a reversal. Just like yesterday, we'd ran a lot higher. We were up at the highs at the news candle, and then right before, I think it was 8:49, we confirmed that bearish breaker and we took it short. So it was a reversal from where we were yesterday. Okay, so YM just rated the news low. So, technically, longs are in play at the moment, but let's see. Okay, so we did have the SIBI here on the 5-minute. It's been mitigated. Bounced into it twice. Give it a little bit of time. Wait for the macro to see, is NQ going to make one more dig lower? Or is NQ going to be the one that stays above the news highs and ES runs the lows? Sorry, I'm having to adjust my charts on the other one, my other 15-minute screen, because they're not updating. Let's save that. So I was about to say again that, hey, ES had ran the London lows, but it was way off. So one thing to note here, when we came back down into this bullish breaker, was the same time that YM was rating the news lows. So this is a high probability setup now that one could take. Because anytime you have SMT created while one asset's tapping into a breaker, it's a high probability. But for some reason, I honestly do not feel comfortable taking it. So, I will remain flat.
So like, what's the main thing keeping you out of this one?
I, I don't know.
Because to me, like, there's been some times where we have discussed that I don't take trades because like I ain't feeling that the trade is going to work out, and I've tried to like change that to take all the trades that are valid and such. So I just wanted to understand how you're thinking.
Yeah, I mean, it's valid. I mean, it's definitely valid. I mean, your stop would have to go down here below the 837, the news candle low. Um, I mean, we tapped into the breaker right when we created the SMT on the news low. Um, and if you look at the bigger picture, one could say, hey, this is all accumulation, manipulated lower off the news candle, and now distribution to the top side if you if you follow AMD, which honestly it's how the markets work. You accumulate, manipulate, and then distribute. But for us to run higher, I believe ES or NQ is going to have to take a liquidity pool down here. And if I'm wrong on that, I'm okay missing it.
And is that also because like yesterday we made equal lows, so we haven't even gotten fuel from the yesterday's move.
I'm trying not to let these equal lows have weight on my decision today. But
Yeah.
it is in my mind that we should run them. But should and doing is much different.
Yeah, so you ain't viewing it as like if we would have taken the previous day low yesterday, then we could still use that liquidity to expand, and we don't need as much. Because now, like yesterday, we didn't take too much sell side liquidity.
Yeah,
So we might need to refuel now.
Yeah, we really didn't. But I mean, you can see on the top side with the SMT, we did take the prior day high, and so I mean it. All right, it's a wait and see for me right now.
Yep.
And if you look at this from just a price action perspective, YM was the first one to take that news low. And I know that YM did not take any significant buy side, but it did make, new high a day. And people put their stops right here that are trading, trying to short every high. So it did take some liquidity up here when it made the new high a day. And then we had a failure of ES and NQ to do so. So that's why YM was the first to raid the news low, in my opinion. Let's see, Jordan, you got a question. What's your opinion about 356 breaker? Is that on the 1 minute? Let's see. Oh yeah, that one was also a 5 minute bearish breaker, I believe, too. I tell you what, I actually that breaker. When I woke up this morning, I saw it, and I was actually hunting a short for it. It's still valid. It's still in play because I believe we did have SMT at the time when I saw it. Let's see, it was right there. You know what? No, we didn't. Did we not have SMT?
I think ES and YM made a new high of day while Nasdaq didn't.
Yeah,
It
but
was
not at that time.
no.
Yeah, we did have SMT at the time. But no, it was in play for me this morning. Hell, it's still in play. I mean, nothing. Let's switch this to a 5 minute real fast. I mean, that's the breaker leg right in here. I mean, this is a clean looking breaker too. Up, down, boom, up, and then. But the only thing, I do think we confirmed it here. Let's see. Close 53.25. Okay, so no, we actually did not close below it. Okay, so this one actually, let's think about what happens when we have a breaker and then we have consolidation. We want to be in the breaker before the consolidation happens. Consolidation after the breaker, it's fine. This one's probably going to get ran. So after all this consolidation now, this is going to be a lower probability if you were to take it. Yeah, I mean, Jordan, it can send it down, but with all that consolidation, I mean, how I view it now is we accumulated, we manipulated lower, and then at some point we're probably going to distribute higher. What we got? Almost 9 o'clock. Let's see what this 9 o'clock open will bring. Did anybody jump in that 832 bullish breaker? And you're sweating now? Brian, you nearly did. Eden, you're not in it. I know you're not. Actually, I think you are in it. Okay. I mean, it was a valid play. But I think just from looking at overall price action, if you listen to what I was discussing, I think it's a lower probability valid play. Prince, I see your note. Absolutely right. Alright, so if I had to guess, I would say ES should be the one to take some liquidity below because it ran the London highs, so it should have more fuel, but we'll play it either way. And keep in mind, we are stuck in higher time frame breakers, bullish breakers right now. So we do have a short term bearish breaker on the 15-minute, but we've got 1 hour bullish breaker here with the 8 o'clock candle yesterday morning. On the 4 hour, the Tuesday 6 o'clock, I believe, is, let's see. No, we don't have a 4 hour yet, do we? Yeah, we do. So yeah, we had the low, the high, lower low, and then we cleared it yesterday. So we're stuck on the lower portion of a bullish 4 hour breaker, hourly breaker, and then currently the 15-minute is holding price down. So it can be a very slower moving move down, or just kind of choppy. Christian, I see your question there, or statement to Eden. I would agree with that. Eden's been working really hard on taking out his feelings or emotions from his trading and trading the model. He's doing a great job. Alright, let's see what we get here. So 9 o'clock. Let's see, we opened lower. I honestly would not mind to see us run the news low on NQ, then potentially make the 858 a bullish breaker. So one thing that, why I like this breaker, take a look at where the 9 o'clock open is. It's right there. Would love to get SMT down here. And then I can frame a long, much more high probability long. We do have consecutive candle SMT down here with NQ making the lower low. So one thing that one could do if they wanted to, this low should be protected, but you can also put your stop down here below the news low if you wanted. So I don't like the projections that much off this. I would like to see it dig a little bit lower. And you know what, honestly, I know I've got this drawn up on my chart for my risk and to take a trade, but I'm not taking a trade until NQ or ES runs the news low.
Would you think though that, yeah, obviously that they have to take it, because they took the 06 low or 03 low, which YM didn't, and then YM took the news candle low, so it could be left too, right?
Oh, it could be. Yeah. I could miss a really good long. But if we miss a move, what do we know that's going to come back at, say, 10 o'clock? Another high probability setup should show. And if we miss that, we
Yeah.
look at 10:30. If we miss that, we look at 11:50.
So when you said that, because we are in an overall high bullish trend, we don't have to take as much sell side liquidity to go higher, but you still want like some kind of significant liquidity.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, every move that we have is based on liquidity, whether if it's a retrace, a reversal, a continuation. Yeah, Mr.
Because
Chris. Go ahead.
in my mind, we two of the assets took London highs. That's significant liquidity, so we would need some sort of offload of that liquidity on the opposite end on the sell side for it to be really high probability.
Correct.
So London Rose would be the most significant that we have. That's in reach, the closest.
Correct. And the news low liquidity is significant, but with it just being YM taking it, I don't think personally I don't think it's enough. So
Yeah, because
you know
YM is
yeah,
the least less strong between all of them.
correct. And I think one thing that people need to understand, if one's struggling with over trading or having FOMO or whatever you want to call it, I think one needs to understand that I don't care if you're risking $1, if you're risking 1,000, if you're risking 10,000 a trade. That's your capital is the most important part. And for me, I don't want to jeopardize my capital on a setup that might not be A plus plus. You know, y'all see it day in and day out. We get clean setups that show, and when they show, it hits you in your face, and you need to take it. Right now, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, let's look at this chart. Is anything right here hitting you in the face saying you need to take it? I mean, we're getting, the time based right here, but, if we go back and look at it, what liquidity have we taken to take that time based play? I mean, I don't know.
If NQ took the news low and gave us consecutive 1 hour SMT, that would make me feel a lot more comfortable with it. Could I get your opinion on how you
I'd
do
take
that?
it. I would take it. If NQ or ES runs this news low, which will also be the 8 o'clock candle low, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Yeah, Jordan, Power Hour should be a banger. But like you said, more than likely we will consolidate after lunch. It will be choppy, seek and destroy, and then we're going to have some massive moves probably with him speaking. Yeah, and going back to what I was saying about like the psychology piece and really wanting to put your money to work or risk your dollars for the highest probability, I am perfectly content now not taking a trade on a day. I believe, heck, I think it was Tuesday on my cash account and my funded accounts. I did not take one trade. I think I took one or two trades with a couple of evals that I'm trying to get past. And to be honest with you, I think I lost both of them maybe. So understanding the trades that you need to be in and push the pedal when you get them is a huge part of this. And I think stepping back and detaching from, like most people right now are probably thinking, oh my goodness, I got to be in this trade because I could win, win, win. Whereas I'm looking at it and I'm not in the trade yet, and I'm like, okay, this is why I could lose. Now, when I get in the trade, my mindset changes. I'm not looking at ways that this trade's going to lose. I'm looking at, the reasons that I need to be in it. But before I get into a trade, I'm thinking, how could this fail? Or why would this fail? And for me, like I think it was Christian that just said, we've taken the London highs on two of the assets. We have to offload some down here on the sell side of the curve to give us the fuel to go higher if we're going higher. The 832 candle, let's see, this morning. Oh, yeah. Yep. I mean, there was just no liquidity take. I mean, there was on YM, it took the news low, but again, I think we need more downside since the session topside was taken on two assets. And hopefully we get a good little setup, but if not, I won't force anything. And this is how my trading goes even when I'm not live now. I very, very content with waiting. Let's see, Jordan. You said, I think one of the best tools on TradingView is alerts. Absolutely it is. Just set the alert on significant liquidity, wait until you get the alert, then engage, instead of staring at the screen and forming imaginary setup that doesn't exist. Not set up until liquidity is taken, then SMT, then breaker creation. Even speaking to myself, got to start making it simpler. Absolutely. So for instance, this morning I was in the trade, in this long right here, and look at, you can see the accumulation. That was horrible. So basically what I did, I went and I set an alert for London high on ES, London high on YM, and the lows. And when they hit, I looked back at the chart, took my partial when needed, and then closed the trade. I think that's a fantastic thing for people to do, especially if you deal with over trading. Just go set the alert for prior day high. Set it for London high. Set it for whatever you want, and then when it hits, you go look at it. If the setup shows, you take it. Especially after lunch. I mean, these lunch moves have been just brutal for the PM session the past week or so. Alright, so this little 858 is holding strong. Alright, there is consecutive candle SMT now, which I think we did have it before, and we talked about it. So, this low should be good. Eden, thank you, buddy, for the recording. He said it is very inspirational and informal to hear how you think and speak and the calmness you have. I will say, I do think this could send it higher. It's just, again, it's not one that I want to be in. I don't think it's the highest probability. But, 9 o'clock's holding. Let's see where the manipulation measurement goes on this. Yeah, -4 from the manipulation takes it up to the London high. I just don't like it. So I ask y'all, how'd y'all like Arthur's stream yesterday? There was if you paid attention and you listened, there was a lot of really, really good information in it. Really good information. Yeah, if I could go back to yesterday, the short from the top, I wish I could get back. I tried to get in, but I accidentally pushed limit instead of market, and it left without me. It was frustrating. I had that happen twice yesterday, and both of them were absolute bangers.
Hey, Brad, can you please go to yesterday for the short that you just mentioned, and can you frame the trade? Because I wasn't awake by that time.
Yeah.
Please.
Let's see. Let me blow this screen up. Yeah, so the trade was pretty straightforward. NQ had rated the prior day high, and ES did not. Let me double check. Yeah, ES did not, and I believe that YM did not. Don't quote me on that. YM might have taken it. But we had this breaker right here, the 1351. It confirmed right here at 1401. And textbook, at 250, or at 150, we're looking for either a distribution or smart money reversal up here, and we got it with the prior day high liquidity raid, and this was the first breaker after it, and then 2 o'clock opened, and this was something that Arthur had mentioned yesterday. I think we had hit some projections from lower up to this point, like -2 or -4 standard deviations, and he said basically when a key time like that opens at a higher standard deviation level, you can expect it just to distribute. You don't have to get that manipulation because the move from prior has already hit its objective, and from here it's just going to distribute. This was an A+ setup.
God, Ted.
Absolute A+. So if I could go back, I made the mistake when it closed here. I hesitated a second because I was looking at something, and then I tried to mark it in after this had started running away, and I accidentally put a market, and you can see we never came back close. So it was gone.
There was also that 15-minute and 1 hour unmitigated breaker that it hit to the tick.
Oh, yeah.
On that intermediate term low.
Yep. And I remember I didn't even pay attention to that, didn't even notice it because I was sending some work emails. So
Fuck trading. I hate trading.
Yeah, I hate it. That's another thing too. You need to when you're at these charts, the best you can, give it every bit of your attention. Because I've said this before in passing, but we're competing against the smartest people in the world. We're competing against computers. We're competing against all these algos. And if you're not giving it your best effort, you're going to get ran over. I mean, it's war out there. I mean, there's people out there literally trying to take every penny you have and some. Hell, I'm one of them. I love everybody in this room. But it's my money or your money, and I want it to be my money. I mean, just kind of boring here, huh? So, let's look at this 1 minute. I mean, do we have any smart money reversal or... Kraken, I don't want you to be my liquidity either, brother. I want you to be riding with me. I mean, that's the great thing about our model, though. We do have an edge, and if you follow it and you pay attention to it, you'll, over the long haul, you will do well. Of course, everybody has to get that psychology piece down. Because I know a lot of people in this room are absolute monsters on the chart, but they still struggle with psychology sometimes. And it kills them, kills their progress. Yeah, I mean, this just, I mean, it does not look good to me at all. I mean, what do we have on the 5 minute? So, I mean, we would have a potential bullish breaker on the 5 minute if we could close above that candle. Which candle's that? It would be the... Is that right? No, never mind. That's not a bullish breaker. Sorry. We would need it to close above, like the 825 candle, which all this is one order block. It would also be an order block on the 15 minute. Sorry, here. This is order block as well once we close above it. Kraken, I agree with you. If only there was an algo for the human psychology part. I've shared this before in the past, but there was, and I wish I could find it. There was somebody that did a study on just taking random trades, right? You just go into the market and either go long or short. But you hold the winners for like 2R, and the loser, you cut it at 1R. And you just do it systematically every time. And just that model, taking all human psychology out, all emotions, just doing it, it was the model was profitable. So that taught me a lot when I read that. I was like, wow, okay. You can just randomly go in, get 2 to 1, and if you follow it, more times than not, you're going to win. And it's like, hell, we got a model that gives us, 60 to 80% edge, depending on how good you are at it. And most people are still struggling to make money or break even on a 60% win rate. So one thing that would interest me, now this would have to happen before 9:30, but if ES or YM, ES or NQ could run that 8:30 low, we get an SMR here and it activates before, I would look to take it. But I mean, we got 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes. I don't think it's going to happen, but you never know. So let's go back to this long, the 832. It was a valid play, but think about my comments and what I was saying about it, how it was just a lower probability for me. And, look at this that you're going to have to sit through. We don't want to sit through that. That's pitiful. That's that mental capital that you're wasting and unnecessary stress of, am I going to get stopped out or, is it going to win?
Also, the other thought that I had with it is how Arthur always says that if you are going to take a pre-market trade, he'll only take a pre-market trade generally if there's session or previous day high or low, like real strong liquidity pools to take a pre-market trade.
Well, that is very true, but high impact news at 8:30 is a little bit different. So we did have that liquidity taken, on YM, but looking at the overall bigger context, ES had taken the London high, so we need more significant liquidity down here. So yeah, I agree with you. Excuse me.
I tend to forget about the news liquidity pools. To be honest with you, got to write this down.
Hey, it's a big part, brother. Like later today, if we just sell off at the open, we run these news highs, it can frame a short or, a reversal. Or if we rip out of the open and, we can frame a reversal down here later. Let's see, what's a 5 minute looking? One thing I wouldn't mind, we run these lows on NQ, create the 5 minute bullish breaker here, which would be the swing high of the 9:05 candle. Let's see, we're getting some movement here. But again, this is going to be one. It's going to be tough for us, or tough for me to get into a trade if we do sweep this low. Just because, it's basically going to have to drop now within this 27 candle and then close above by the 29 candle. I'll go back to I'm not staring at that 1 minute on my other chart. This is all I'm looking at right now. This is a 15. All right, so we do have consecutive candle bearish with YM and bullish, but Manav asks, if I don't get in prior to market open, how long will you wait to feel comfortable trading 950? No, I have gotten much better at trading the open. So let's say 930 opens and we drop lower, and then we create some type of bullish breaker within that 930 SMR window. I'll take it. But I'm not going to enter. Like, let's say if 930 right here opens higher, confirms this little bullish breaker right here, there's no way in hell I'm taking this breaker long if 930 confirms it. Now, if 930 opens and we drop, let's say it does something like this. Wow, pick up this tool. There we go. Let's say 930 opens and does something, like this, confirms this as a bearish breaker. I'm not taking this bearish breaker, but I would take... Go away. I would take this breaker right here after 930 distributed lower. And if it doesn't set up within that 930 to 940 window, then we'll look at that 950. But that's honestly, and I was open about it with live streams and just in the group. I had to take a step back from the 930 open because I was getting just ran over. The easiest way to play it is either get the SMR before and then you can take it and feel confident with it, or you let that 930 open. It's going to distribute or manipulate, and then you just give it a minute or two. So right now we're manipulating. This could have been a long right here, the 929. We did close above it, so that would have been okay. Let me draw these projections. Yeah, I think you're going to hit -2 off that, but I mean, there's no way I was getting in that move. But it technically created the SMR before the 930 open. So pay attention to how that worked. See, that was sneaky. Now, had this done it at 928, we could have got in it if you wanted to. Yeah, hit -2 to the tick. All right, let's jump back on the 15-minute. All right, we hit -2 to the tick. Let's see if we can run the news high here. All right, we got a 930 Devil's Mark on NQ. But Manav, notice how that manipulated, right? Very rarely do we see this, and we had it the other day because Delta and me are in a separate chat. He was one of the guys that I was helping. He did a long the other day, sometime last week, and he got in on a breaker that created right at 930, and we were having the discussion about it. Very rarely do you see that 930 manipulate, confirm, and then continue. I mean, we might get that trend once a week. So for me, this is manipulation. More than likely, we're going to fail from it now. Create this as a bearish breaker, more than likely. And this would be a much higher probability trade near the open. But with the news low right here, more than likely you're not creating this bearish breaker without running the lows. So at that, it's going to have to be a pass for me. Unless I think we're just going to distribute lower. And in all honesty, I could see this continuing to go higher because we put the SMR in before the 930. I mean, 929, we closed right above it. We haven't retouched it yet. I would be curious, or not curious, because I'm very doubtful I'm going to take the setup. But let's see the reaction that we get off the breaker, because it would be the first touch. Remember, we still, NQ has not taken any topside liquidity. But it was the only one yesterday that took the prior day high liquidity. So NQ might not need to sweep any up there. Let's look at the 5-minute. Oh yeah, this low would be a 5-minute. Yeah. That can make it real interesting. But again, I could see this continuing higher just because the 930 is not technically a Judas because we confirmed the smart money reversal before 930. So, and remember, there's no FOMO, nothing like that. One thing I do want to point out, give me 1 second. There we go. Okay, I want to share what that is. It's that bearish breaker that is holding price down, right? So if we go back to the 1 minute, now granted, it's been mitigated, we've already touched it, but if this continues, if this SMR right here continues to run, look at where our projections line up, right? Right into that bearish breaker. This would be a really good place to, 950 gets here, or even if it takes us up to 1030 to get here, to look for that smart money reversal to then distribute lower. Money JZ asks, can a breaker being a higher low of a FVG be ignored if we get data SMT? So when it comes to the news or liquidity, I will typically respect the FVGs. Now, if it's major session liquidity, I will ignore them. Like prior day high, I don't care if there's a 5 minute. If we run the highs of prior day on NQ, I do not care if there's a 5 minute or 15 minute BISI below me. I'll rock with it. Liquidity, external liquidity like that is much more powerful than that internal liquidity. All right, so yeah, I would expect this at least to get up to the London highs on NQ, possibly higher up to that bearish breaker I'd mentioned. We'll see though. We're still stuck in this range too. So I take it we need to figure out what Denver's doing because he's got a parent candle he's about to play somewhere. We need to fade it. Alright, news highs ran on NQ. This, let's see what time it is. This is actually good. You can see we have ES and YM both really struggling. NQ just got the liquidity needed. Might be gearing up. Oh, he's asking for a long? Because I'm looking at this short right here. Okay, prior day lows just below -2 standard deviations. What's up, champ? Hey, I got one of my kids is home, not feeling well from school, so he just came in to see what's going on the charts. Alright, so to me, this is a higher probability trade here. Oh, but one thing that I'm having to do, I'm watching ES on my other screen. It's about to run the news lows. All right, that kind of takes my excitement away. Where's the 930 open? Is that right there? I mean, so this breaker lines up with the 930 open. I mean, this is a really a textbook play. Oh. ES just ran the news lows. Might not give an entry. That was intriguing. I missed it. I missed it by a second, y'all. Yeah. Anybody take it? This right here, 932, absolute banger. No, my son was in the room, and I missed the entry. We're good on it, though. You have to take that trade. Hey, buddy, hey, let me focus, okay? Hey. Okay, I love you, dude. So the opposing SMT actually, news was rated before the breaker was confirmed. Money, Jay-Z. Okay, we do have London low rated now on ES. Yeah, this is a bummer. That was an easy, clean trade right there. Run it to the lows. Prior day lows coming for NQ. Oh, trades, that it's a good partial. There's nothing wrong with that. It takes the London lows, partial. Now look, if we take that prior day low, that is going to invalidate every one of those bullish breakers, I believe. I'll have to go look. Jordan asked, was there new SMT or still valid setup from earlier? Well, we did get new SMT. We got that NQ ran the news highs by a handle or two, or a tick or two. Oh, I mean, this thing's just ride it. If you're in it, ride it, ride it, ride it.
So I got a question for you.
Yes, sir. London low tagged. Boom. Go ahead.
Why didn't you think about taking an anticipation here?
Um, you could have.
Yeah, because like I thought about it, but then we had the 5-minute bullish breaker,
Yeah, I mean,
which I mean we could see it fail, but still I was like wanting to be more sure.
yeah, I mean, you definitely could have taken it. I wouldn't have faulted you for it. I mean, we did have that 5 minute bullish, like you said. So, but you could tell shorts were going to be the thing. I mean,
Yeah,
I
because
still don't
like
think that was much manipulation out of the 930. I really thought we'd run higher, but it hit its objective. It ran the highs, and then we immediately get this right here. That this short right here. If you did not take it, tell me why, because we need to talk about it.
yeah, because
The-
also like we reached key standard deviations taking out a key liquidity pool too, so it was
Correct.
quite clean.
I mean, this is, 2 standard deviations from this opening SMR breaker. We ran the news high, and yeah, Jordan, it was the 815 candle high. Let me double check it was ran 74.75. Yeah. So the news candle high was 21,174. That move up at the open, it ran it by 0.75, almost a handle. And the reason that 5 minute, well, no, it didn't hit it at that time. I was going to say the reason this 5 minute failed, we confirmed it as we were raiding that liquidity pool.
The thing that kept me out of this, and I think this is an ongoing problem I have, but at 9:40 when it confirmed, ES took the lows at the same time, so I was viewing this that this could potentially be tag the breaker while the other asset takes the lows.
So
Do you think that's just me putting too much emphasis on focusing on the other assets when our asset already took the objective or the liquidity?
no, I don't think so. But what I think that you needed to pay attention to, I think it's just a lack of detail, like real fine detail, because we did not confirm this breaker until after the news liquidity had been rated. So I was watching ES while I was watching the 1 minute, and then also watching my son. But ES had taken the liquidity before. It ran the news before, and then the next minute we confirmed the breaker with NQ. So for me, it was valid. And then combine this too with, we got the 930 opening right here, lines up with the breaker block. I mean, slam this thing every single time. Ugh. FOMO, good trade, brother.
It's quite cool to see like the difference between these streams and the ones you did in the beginning, because like you've improved so much on reading the market, and like you've called the market for like the whole stream. It's just inspirational to see.
Well, brother, I appreciate that. And yeah, it's my trading honestly has really gotten to a level that it's fun. But at the same time, it's very simple, and everybody in the room or on the stream, everybody can do this, and it will happen. It's just keep learning from your mistakes. Keep going at it, because I can promise you, I am not the smartest person in this room at all. But you start to see this right here, you see it set up every day. Well, I don't want to say every day, but I mean, this is a perfect breaker right here. Key time, align. Look, I wasn't even paying attention. We also had the midnight open right here. I mean, this is a high probability. You got to take that every time, every single time. But then also reading the chart and just seeing what price is telling you and what could happen. Just keep looking at the charts, keep reading it, and everybody in here I know will start being able to see the market for what it's telling them. Bradley, Colin, good morning, y'all. Yeah, Brian, I would say prior day low is inbound. Kraken, be good, brother. All right, let's see. Ooh, nice reaction. So we haven't quite hit the -2 standard deviation yet. Let's see. Where's the projection on the 930 manipulation? Well, did we hit that or is that a little off? Yeah, we almost tagged -2 from the distribution or from the time based. Looks like we were one tick off on it. I think we should see continuation lower. Of course, I mean, we do have London. We do have London low. ES and NQ rated it, while YM has not. And consecutive candle SMT. If I was in the short, but I mean, we don't even have there's no bullish breaker here. The bullish breaker would be up here at the high of this leg. So you're basically either you took your partial, stops at break even, and you'll get stopped out at break even if it runs, or if you haven't taken a partial yet, your stop's not until you get stopped out. And hey guys, I need to step out for a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, y'all. All right, what do we got? Yeah, so if you're in the short, you're not worrying about much. You're sitting here, prior day low should get taken. Man. I tell you what, I'm bummed I missed this one. It happens. We move on. But I hope y'all understand the logic and context behind this setup. This right here is slam, dunk. Alright, we had a 15-minute, looks like immediate rebalance. Let me pull this up. Immediate rebalance of this candle right here. ES did the same. Excuse me. Alright, so now we need to see, what do we have in play? Do we have any other... You know, we do have another... Is that a bearish breaker here? There's a doji. Let's see, 166 open. Yeah, that's a doji. Let's see. While I'm sitting here waiting, you know what? We do have a continuation play that one could take here. We don't have consecutive candle SMT though, so this high is not protected here. But if you wanted to get aggressive, if this forms down here, heck, you could even put it right there on that one. No, I'd be more comfortable down here. But we have a high, low, higher high. This could be your breaker down here, which is at -2. If we could close below it, you know, -4 is inbound, more than likely. The only thing that stinks, you have right here, just below here is the prior day low. So, I mean, first partial would have to come pretty early, unless you're anticipating us digging much lower. Let's see, Bradley, you said you don't usually trade till 9:50 macro and avoid the open. I know you used to do that. Would you trade 9:30 if news was at 8:30? I still just wait, but wasn't sure if technically I should adjust with news early or not. Bradley, I'll be honest with you, man. I think your trading has gotten to a level, I think you can trade the open with the news or without it. I think you might just be nervous or scared to do so. And that's perfectly okay. Were you on a minute ago when I was discussing the open, or did you jump on late? Because kind of what I went over is what I look for now and the things I used to struggle with. Okay. You know, what I would do is go back to like right at the open and just listen to that part of this live stream if you don't listen to anything else. And, excuse me. And it will talk about how I view the open now and what helped me. And I think it would help you significantly. And I think you can actually trade the open now, and I think you'll be very successful with it. Because it's not as scary as one makes it out to be when you know what you need to look for. And it's the same stuff that Arthur's been preaching to us. Oh, Eden, I just saw your chart. No, he did not. Denver really went long. Good Lord. Alright, hey, there's that thing, right? What was that post that someone said? You fake it till you make it? Well, you don't have to fake it when you can call the market live and tell exactly what it's going to do. You fake it on demo, though, when you think you're going long out of that open. That's fantastic. Yeah, Aiden. It was beautiful short. Beautiful short. And this is way off topic, but I cannot believe he posted that in TOTK, you fake it till you make it, and that's what he lives by. My God. I get it. In business and anything in life, you have to believe you are better than you are to get to where you want. But in the context that he was sharing that, no. You were just telling everybody that you are a fraud. Yeah, Bradley, I'd agree with you. That was probably the nicest way to put it. Colin, I agree with you. It could make for clean longs. The only thing that bothers me, though, let me blow this up and let's go to some higher time frame. We run these lows, we are invalidating every one of those bullish breakers that we put in yesterday, and that gives me some concern or trepidation, whatever you want to call it, that, I mean, we could have much more downside to go. And look, I don't trade market maker models anymore, but it's kind of setting up pretty clean. Even though I'd like to see a much faster reaction up here at the top. This isn't really how tops work, but...
Well, Brad, if you use the, I think Zeus brought it up at one point, the market will magnetize, so your retracement will be way more shallow depending on where its objective really is.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So us having this like 3-day shallow retracement might be that whole Trump rally, everybody get in, buy longs for everything because market's going to go up.
Oh, and boy,
But I mean, also, who am I to know?
If they just dropped it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't know. There's a whole bunch of ways you could look at it. But
Yeah.
that's kind of where I'm looking at right now, is it's taking too long for us to go and hit these breakaway gaps. They're probably not the objective. And then with all of your extra added confluence of we should be respecting these bullish breakers. Right, like...
Yeah. So I tell you what, too, I didn't notice this, but yeah, we just put in a new bearish breaker here, didn't we? The only thing we did have SMT with YM when we created it. But, I mean, let's see where these projections go. Yeah, I mean, these projections take us down a pretty good way. Another 200 points. Monday, okay, let's see. Let's go look at these projections. Do I still have them on my chart? Let's see, that was Monday the 11th. I think I still have that on my chart. Let's see. Yeah, got that right there. There's projection right there. I was looking at too. Let's see, was that Wednesday? Yep, same one you've got. Notice. Yep. Oh yeah. I think I was talking to Arthur about this morning maybe or yesterday. But yeah, this would be first targets that I'd look at. But what I would point out, I don't know if you can see this. So if let's just talk bigger picture. If we view we're in an uptrend, right? Which, I mean, I don't think anybody can argue since the election we're in an uptrend. We have a retracement here. When we believe retracements are just that, a retracement, we look for the 1.5 standard deviation, right? So we have this breaker that we just put in, 1.5 standard deviations, just so happens to line up with -4.5 from the breaker here, -4.5 from this bearish breaker here, -1.5 right here. So this right here would be a very big level for us to, if we somehow drop, to look right here. And then let's take it a step further. Do we have... So, I mean, this would be fantastic if this was an unmitigated bullish breaker. You could play it as, you know, a turtle soup. But it's not unmitigated. You can see we've touched it. But it is something that can be on the chart just to study. And if we come down here, is there a reaction off of it? So, Brian, I'll be honest with you. I don't look at whatchamacallit, the daily that much. But you were asking, let's see, do you give any weight to the daily FVG at the prior day low? I mean, you could, yeah, I mean, there's definitely weight to be had there on it. I mean, let's just get some measurements, right? Oh, we're sitting here waiting. Of course, I tell you what, we need to look. I mean, there's the 50% line, right? So if we run this, that would be an area you could look for to see a reaction from. All right, let's get back. We are in a time period right here that we can look for a reversal. We do have the session SMT, right? So is there anything clean in here? We got the 10 o'clock open right here. I mean, I don't see a bullish breaker in here at all, unless I'm just missing it. Yeah,
Wouldn't say you have a bullish breaker per se, short of the 947 is probably your initiation to it because it hasn't pushed past that low when it took the London low, that swing low.
Okay, yeah, this is the bullish breaker right here, the 950, but I don't like the consolidation here. This would not be a high probability for me. This would be one that you could play if you wanted to. It's just, you know, this is not what you want to see. You don't want to see this little shallow run right here, and then we consolidate.
But look at the bottom wicks. It hasn't violated any of them, pushing lower. It's just been accumulating slowly, slowly higher. And now we're making more and more reliable breakers to the upside. I'm in on a long, and I've been slowly adding pyramid positions every time it's been hitting the scary, oh, this is going short.
Yeah,
and
that's
now it's bouncing out because it still hasn't violated my 947 swing low.
oh yeah. I mean, you're valid until you're in this. That's just not my model. I can't talk on it, and I can't trade it
Fair enough.
intelligently, at least.
Also, to add to that weird bullish break, you're like, YM is a lot lower down, so creating that bullish breaker will likely give consecutive candle SMT on the highs too. So that
Yeah.
just adds to like confluences against it, making it even more low probability.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I mean, for me, it's just kind of wait right here. I mean, I missed the move right there. But let's did I measure these projections from the 10 o'clock open? Let's see. Oh yeah, I think where's the 10? Wait, what? Oh, that's the 10 o'clock from yesterday. I hate that stuff. Let me.
Wrong way, buddy.
Yeah, look. Well, I see this 10 o'clock right here, and it's from yesterday. Where's the 10 right there? Yeah, now this could be fun right here, right? The -2 to -2.5. What if it comes back up, it, taps the breaker again, and then it rolls? You also I mean, there's nothing to protect this high right here. If it would to raid this, then it would be a protected high, like Bradley's talking about if it got to -2. That would put us at the 10.06 bearish breaker right here. And that would send price lower. We're outside the time frame right now, so I'm not interested in taking anything. But it'll be a good tape read. I tell you what, I hope one thing that the vast majority of people are noticing, especially on like the stream yesterday, the stream today, a lot of the commentary the past few weeks, being patient enough, and Jordan spoke on it earlier. Being patient enough, wait until those key levels get hit. That session liquidity. About 3-4 months ago, I really switched to session liquidity only, and it has transformed my trading. My win rate, I'm in the mid 70s on most of my accounts. The moves are so much cleaner and easier on you. Let me see. Let me go through these questions real fast. Manav asked me a question on YM. First 30 minutes, no. If it's session liquidity, yes, Manav, I do. Let's see. FOMO said, what's your thoughts on this bullish breaker? Because we took news lows and then confirmed the breaker. Which one is it? Where are we at? Now, what breaker is that, bro? FOMO, which breaker is that? Spence, good morning. Oh, you're looking at seconds breaker, aren't you, brother? If you're looking at seconds breaker, yeah. I could see that one being good, bro. I would take that. Oh, it's on ES? Yeah, if you trade ES, it looks clean to me. Let's see, Jordan. Go to indicator and check the drawing cutoff time, and it will show you only 1:10 open. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna pull this up if you can see my screen. You said cutoff time?
It's up at the top. Drawing
What?
cutoff time. That's what you're talking about.
So I want them going until the end of the day.
Yeah, I have mine cut off at 4 p.m. every day.
So hang on, so let me do that. Okay, it took it away. Yeah, but then doesn't that take away the prior day high and yeah.
If you go back to your settings, the sessions, it's like your first option. That shows how many previous session days will. So you've got it at 1, so set it up to 2. That'll take previous day. You set it to 3. That'll go 2 days and 2 days prior. But you might still run into your cutoff point
it's
by that.
cutting it off. I can mess with it. Gotcha. Alright, let's see. Colin, you asked, I don't use immediate rebalance SMT at all. No, I don't. I don't view that as liquidity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dow took London loads.
Okay. All assets have taken London lows now. Jordan, that's I'll have to look into that. Thank you. Oh, imbalance? You talking about like FVGs, BISIs, and SIBIs? Yeah, no. Okay, so I look at them for continuations. I really don't look for them as liquidity for reversals. And do I miss some moves? Yes. Do I save myself some losses? Yes. The only time I want to play a reversal is when we have session liquidity that's been taken. I'm not a big proponent, and my view might be much different than most ICT trained traders, but I honestly don't care about internal liquidity unless it's a swing high. And that might be very unpopular with a lot of people. But now, one could also say an unmitigated bullish break, or an unmitigated 15-minute breaker that I go in and I try to soup or whatever because projections lined up, that is internal liquidity, right? I don't know. Yeah, Colin, I will. So, like, here, let's just point it out right here. Let's say, all right, we've confirmed a bearish breaker up here, right? And let's say, this is our bearish breaker that we've confirmed. Okay? Whether if we had SMT or whatever it is. But then let's say that we're going to make this up. Let's say that this right here was a SIBI, right? I know it's not, but let's say this box is a SIBI. And then we tapped back into that SIBI right here. Had we had, let's say ES did not tap into its, and we had SMT right here, and I believe that our trend is lower because of this breaker, this would be a continuation FVG short that I could play. And I can frame that based on my model. I hope that makes sense. For reversals, is typically the only thing I'll trade is session liquidity. All right, prior day low is inbound. Hold on to that short that you're still in, that I hope everybody's in. All right, so She running. She running. Prior day low is right there. There it is. Alright. Oh, random time that it hit, isn't it? Random, and Bradley just typed it as well. Random time. So let's look at this again. We had accumulation right here, right? We manipulated. Added that accumulation. Let's see if we can now get our reversal to take it long. Alright, so be patient. And I know it's tough to be patient when you just missed a great short, if you missed it. 2.5 standard deviations are tagged. We ran prior day low. We have session SMT there, which is significant. We're at the 10:30 window for an SMR. Let's see if we can frame a trade here. Ooh, boy, on my smaller account that I have as the leader, I can only do one contract. Oh, let me take that back. This isn't the leader. I'm only trading my cash account today. Cover my tracks there, if anybody caught that. Brian, good short, brother. Let's see where the -4 projections are. Oh, yeah. Yep. Lines up perfectly with that breaker from the top. Robin, good trade. All right, so I've got a question for Brian and Robin. And I think I probably know the answer. Why are y'all all out of this trade right now? Was it due to not having enough contracts to see if we can hold for longer? Okay. Okay. You follow your trade plan. I love it. Yeah, dude, you can take my phone. Too scared to lose. You can't trade with fear. Fear will absolutely ruin your trading. Alright, so if you're in the short, you can hold until we create a bullish breaker. If we create a bullish breaker, I would highly recommend getting out because we ran prior day low. Let me rephrase this. If I was still in a short, I would get out if we created a bullish breaker anywhere right in here. And I would also be flipping. To take it
You're
long.
flat at the moment, right?
Yeah, I'm flat as a tire.
So like, since there's a lot lining up for this to go higher, but we still have a lot of like breakers pointing lower, would you consider anticipating the bullish breaker?
So where would you want to anticipate it on?
And the small 10-16 for value up.
Let me zoom in. Yeah, I mean, honestly, this one would be a higher probability because we would, if we close above this, we're closing above the 10 o'clock open. So, you know, we flipped the 10 o'clock at that point. So that would be a higher probability.
Yeah. So, but would you wait for the closure of the creation of the breaker, or would you anticipate it?
Should I keep you suspenseful and let you just see what happens on my chart in a minute?
I mean, you do you, cause like I'm going to wait for the breaker creation since I'm having a runner on the short.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
okay.
So you just wanted to have like
That's completely
your
different.
perspective.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
completely different scenarios. If I'm in
Yeah,
a
exactly.
short, I'm not anticipating the close, and I'm not going to anticipate, getting out of my short. Now, if I'm flat, that is a high probability anticipation play, but it can still fail. So if I was in a short, no, I would have to have the creation of the breaker activated. Then I would close and have to decide, can I get into the trade still long if I want to take it long?
Yeah, great. Then we're viewing it the same.
Yeah. But ideally, this candle closes right in here. We get one more dig down on NQ, have a lower breaker down here with consecutive candle SMT with ES, and then we rocket higher. That's what I'd like, but I want more contracts on. And then if you're in the short too, this would give you more profit, closing out lower if the breaker forms. A lot of ifs though. Does anybody have any questions with what we've kind of gone over today? I think there's been a couple of good little nuggets in here for y'all. I hope at least. It's been fun getting back on the mic. It's been, golly, like 3 weeks. Hey, you know what though? What's a 100-point runner? So I mean, we got a 100-handle move. We need to tell Tenny to pick his game up. Let's see, Robin. Getting to grips with SMT has totally changed the game for me. Yes. Especially when you combine that SMT with session liquidity. You can take a win rate that's about 35-40%, and if you just wait for session SMT like this prior day low tagged with SMT with the other ones,
Yeah, I'm slowly.
you will rocket your win rate up.
Empire PC isn't exactly the best manufacturer for a lot of these parts, so I went ahead and.
Let's see, who's talking? Someone's mic's unmuted.
NVMe.
Who's working with their manufacturer right now? Puncake.
Pancake.
Puncake, your mic's unmuted, brother. There you go, thank you. Yeah, Weezy, he's got the good parts coming in. Alright. So, let's see, what do we got going here? Money Jay-Z, so 1 point is a handle on the index. One handle on NQ mini is $20. On a micro is $2. On ES, a handle is $50. On the ES micro is $5. YM is $5. All right, so look, what I'm doing here. So on this leader account right here, I only risk 250 per trade. So as you can see, it's 145.50. I can only do one contract. But now I also want to drop it down to see if I do take the inversion. Now Let's see. Depending on where it closes, I can now take 2 contracts. Right? But need to see, what do we have? Okay, so we do have consecutive candle SMT up there, but you know what outweighs that consecutive candle SMT? Session liquidity. Did we close above? Oh, no. Come on. Order filled. Oh, no, I did a market again. Okay, there we go. Man. Oh. Wheezy, I do have a daily loss limit. I'll give myself 2 losses. Brother, I am in love with limits, man. Hey, I gotta set some stops on some other ones. And some targets. Bear with me a minute. Alright, let me get these projections worked up. So look, this one is a little bit higher risk because we anticipated it, right? But when we have that session liquidity, you know, I mean, it trumps everything. Alright? And for me, this anticipate, now granted, I wish it was part of the, you know, breaker block. Was that even? Hang on, I took Eden's word on this. The high is 96.25. Okay, yeah, it was a very tiny FVG. Okay. And Eden, wow, you hit me with some psychology this morning. No, I don't like limits. I like market, but this stupid tool, I can't figure out how to do it without it.
The like measuring tool.
Yeah, like, so if I go here and I go long, I right click, create limit order. I mean, that's all it goes to.
Yeah, but if you press create limit order, then you can change to market order.
I know, but I'm old and I forget, brother.
You're forgetting every time you take a trade.
Basically.
All right.
I like that. You set limits because you have limits in your life. I love it.
You'd just be able to hover over your risk tool and it tell you the quantity. You'll have to like sudo make the order. Right? Like put it where you're about to make it.
So let's say we did like right here.
Yeah, so here, what does your quantity say in that red box? In the middle,
3.86.
right where the order is.
I
That's how many contracts you should be able to do.
Well,
if you,
yeah, I could just
assuming your risk there is correct.
Yeah, I could just go out there and then mark it in, but then I like these stops, the OCO, you know?
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah.
That's the only thing I hate about some
my bad.
of,
I thought you were putting in the orders there to see how much to do. I was like, it tells you on the tool.
because that does do OCO. So even if you were to put a market sell up there, would it OCO your stop loss as well, or do you
No.
have to do that original?
So it won't change it. Like you can see right here how you see the blue line going from the target to the stop.
Yeah.
So they're linked. Now, if this were to tag and take off, then I would have to go in here and modify these, but I could modify one of them, and then it does the OCO on the other. Alright, so I got a question for y'all. When do you think, if this is going to get activated, when is it going to happen? Okay, so we got a 1050. Yeah, I was going to say before this SMR time window ends. But now if we don't create it within that time frame, then yeah, I'm praying by 1050 it does. Let's see, do we have... Oh yeah, look at... Y'all see what I'm looking at right here? This is a 5-minute breaker too, so the high probability one's going to be the 10:08 swing high, because that would be, you know, another 1-minute breaker and a 5-minute breaker. We also... Do you see what these are? 5-minute order block. So when we have that combined right here, if, and I mean it's a big if it gets confirmed, this is a very high probability long that you want to look for. Bradley. Let's see, Jordan, which what you said, 1013? Yeah, but so 1013 is outside the window, that's right. But if it activates within it, it's still, I think that's still technically scenario 3. Here, and I'm going to move that up here. I just don't like all this. I hate stuff on my chart. Let's see. You know what's funny? I always have to go back to my notes to be able to tell you what scenario 1, 2, and 3 are. Yeah, it's scenario 2. Breaker candle outside of macro, but close in macro. What? Why is... Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, one of my accounts, I did not select it to copy, and that really bums me. Okay, so I don't know if you can see it, but we confirmed it. Scenario 5, Eden trolling. Alright, so we've confirmed the breaker. I do want us to confirm this 5-minute order block. Ideally, I'd like the order block confirmed at the same time that the breaker gets confirmed. Anybody have any questions about this setup? Pretty straightforward.
How would you manage to trade if we create 1032?
I mean, you tell me what liquidity we're taking. You tell me what SMT we have. And I think you got
Yeah.
your answer.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when we're talking about terms of liquidity, that prior day low or high, it is going to trump most everything for me. Okay? But I mean, you know that. Eden, so how did you manage your trade? Did you just close it on the 1037 candle?
No, I'm still in it.
You're still in it? Okay.
Yeah, just because like I'm not even too much in profit at the moment, so waiting for the 5 minute to really confirm that we're going higher.
Have you taken partials?
Yeah, I
Okay.
took off like
Well,
70% on the
okay.
lows.
Then, yeah, I mean, you're good then. You know, I don't see anything. And you and I have talked about this, and you've discussed this, that you're working on holding your trades longer. I mean, honestly, you got in short. I don't see anything wrong with holding it until break even, until you get out. Because your trade technically is not invalidated until that stop gets ran, right? But
Yeah, and also like something I've noticed is if I enter a 1 minute breaker that becomes a higher time frame breaker, it's most often more beneficial to hold than to like flip the trade.
yeah.
And also me as like my personality, I like to hold trades because like I would rather hold a trade and get stopped out than flip and then
Yeah.
take a loser and see it continuing.
No, I got you.
So
I will tell
I'm
you,
a
as
I'm a
Jordan,
bit yeah, you
Jordan
do.
just
You go.
mentioned, though, 5 minute order block confirmed.
Yeah.
And if we're watching, let me switch over. Hang on 1 second, y'all.
I'm confused. Eden, have you been in the short from the highs from the
Yeah.
open? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I've been in,
Oh,
I entered on the 941 candle.
yeah, I kind of agree with what you're saying though.
Yeah, and the order block that was created, like I'm fine with taking a break even or so, but we did create SMT at the highs with the 10 o'clock high with AS while creating this order block, so it ain't as like high probability as it could be.
Yeah, I agree. I see your point with that for sure.
I'm back.
The only thing that is the previous day low. That's the only thing that makes me comfortable with the SMT on the highs.
Yeah, the prior day low is going to trump the London and news highs.
Yeah.
But
Because that kind of goes back into what we were talking about with Arthur yesterday during the stream, where but for me specifically, one of my issues is I'm always looking at all these things because there's always going to be things that could hold you out of a trade or keep you from taking a trade. But if especially the asset that we are trading takes significant liquidity, you can't look at all those little, they're kind of minute, those things at that time, you know?
let's see. I'm watching this 15-minute order block here. So I'm going to switch off this screen and I'm going to come back here, but I'm watching on my other one. We get that, and yeah, we might see some movement. And let's see. Ultra Pilpo asks, do I look at the standard deviation projections for 4-hour candles? Yes, always. Everything I do is based on standard deviations. Let's see. Yeah, we got the order block. Hopefully
Also,
by
the 1 hour close was quite nice too for long positions.
Let's see, Small Maker. Thanks for the stream analysis. No problem, brother. Help me quickly jump into this trade with y'all. Good deal, brother.
We also tagged that
surgery's going well.
That 15-minute. We also tagged that 15-minute fair value gap. That is great. right below previous day lows
Oh,
that
yeah,
we were
yeah.
looking at.
Yep. I remember I had it drawn up there. Yeah. Nice. Okay. So we're about to get this 15-minute order block confirmed. We got the 5-minute order block. We are trying to get this confirmed right here, which will be a 5-minute bullish breaker. Come on, confirm it, baby. Uh-oh, boys and girls. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Smile. That's good to hear, man. Hope the next part goes well for y'all. Eden, no worries on that, man. That's you traded it well. That was your plan. All right, Spence. Let's see. You said, can I talk about when you have many standard deviations and you have numbers all over the place? Which do you go off of? Like a smaller one may have -2 here, and others may have it 100 points later. Do you just try to line them up with PD arrays? Yeah, I try to make everything make sense. Like right now, I'm going to project, obviously, the breaker I'm in. And hang on, why do I have... Bear with me. And then I'm going to do the 5-minute now. Why do I have my target where I have it at? Hang on a minute. Oh, okay, so my target is -2 from the 10 o'clock open. Yeah, from the 10 o'clock open. But you know what? I think we need to adjust that. Or no, that was London high, sorry. London high and basically 2 standard deviations from the 10 o'clock open into where my entry basically was as well. But yeah, so I mean, I'll take all these and I'm going to look at them. And where do we have confluence? Like right here, I've got a -2.5 and -4. That's probably a spot that we're going to see some type of reaction at, right? Now, I don't know if it's going to come up here and reject or if it's going to come up here and just melt through it. But more than likely, we're going to see some type of reaction. Let's see. How
Hey,
would
Brett,
I
so
manage?
your first partial there is at -2, the manipulation fib.
Yeah.
Could I just ask why there instead of the equal highs liquidity pool that's right below it? I'm just curious. Just what your thought process is.
Let me see. So you're talking about equal highs. Well, so let's think about this, right? Where is... I'm gonna
Right to the left, you guys scroll out a little bit more.
You talking about these right here?
Yeah.
To be honest, to me, if these get ran, this is getting ran. So I'm logically putting it where above the next liquidity pool, because I know we took prior day low. That is going to give us the fuel that we will blast through. We should blast through those equal highs, right? And sorry, I'm talking on the 15-minute. We should blast through these. This is where our liquidity that we are targeting is right there. So that's why. And to be honest with you, I really don't like this as being my first partial. I want it to be higher, but I mean, I'm kind of limited with my contracts. So I mean, let's say if I had 4 contracts on, I'd take one off here. My next one would probably come off, you know, probably 2 from the breaker that I took. And then, you know, we'd hold for much higher. Now, there is, let's see, where's prior day high? So more than likely, I'm going to be looking to take this one off. We'll probably come off right in here because that's prior day high. And I think that's going to be our target. But I'm going to have it, you know, up here for right now. Alright, let's see. And then Colin asks, how would I manage one contract here? London High seems like a logical TP, but yeah. Colin, it's like the situation in that short we were all in. Well, I don't know if you were at the charts yet, but the short from yesterday, I only had 3 contracts on. So when we hit that, I think it was prior day low, or it was one of the liquidity pools. I basically, let me phrase this another way. If I have one contract on and London High is my terminus, that's where I think that the target should be, and that's a logical place to take it off. How I do it, and it could be wrong, is once we hit it and run through it, I'll then trail my stop up very aggressively. And if it continues to run, that's fantastic. If I give a few points back on a pullback, then, hey, I get stopped out, but I was going to take it off anyway. So that's kind of how I do it. And like yesterday, we hit my level that I wanted to take a partial at, so I slammed my stop down, and it ended up bouncing a little bit, and I got stopped out, and I lost a few points on it from where I should have got out. Yeah, when you only have 1 or 2 contracts on, I mean, it's really, really tough to trade how we should. I will tell you, I just secured a payout from one of my firms on this little trade, though. That's always nice. Yeah, Christian, so...
Another one.
Yeah, Christian, so once, if this gets taken, you know, if this TP gets hit, then I'll have to go in here and I'll have to adjust it down to 1.
Woohoo!
Yeah, Colin, I'd say 3 contracts is ideal for this model. Really 4, but, you know, the volatility we've seen lately. I mean, even like on this account, I had to do an aggressive entry to get 2 contracts because at $250 risk per trade, if I waited for the breaker, I could only do 1 contract, and it was right at 150 risk. And I know a lot of people, they probably do 150 risk.
Got him!
Alright, so looking at the 15-minute, I just want to talk about this with y'all. I know a lot of y'all get freaked out right here. We see, oh, consecutive candle SMT right here with YM. We need to close our trade out, or we need to look for reasons to get out of the trade. No, this means nothing to me. Nothing. 1, we don't even have a bearish breaker here. We haven't really hit any kind of liquidity. I mean, we are tapping the midnight open right now on NQ. Give me 1 second, Manav. You know, that prior day low, that is the liquidity that is fueling this. So a consecutive candle SMT is not going to get me out of a prior day low rate trade. Manav, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I was just kind of gonna tag on off of what you just said. Like right now, with the 5 minute bullish breaker, 1 minute, and the 10 a.m. time based CSD, like I'm just not even gonna exit. Like I'll either just take a stop loss or a TP. Along with that, uh, for me personally, I feel like London highs since ES and YM already took it. Um, I guess I'm not gonna take a partial there. Like, what do you think about that?
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with not partialing there. I mean, you got to think when you look at a 5 minute order block, a 5 minute bullish breaker, a 15 minute order block. I mean,
Yeah,
this
I
bad
mean,
boy. I don't. Let me pull this chart up.
because
don't
for
wanna
me,
say- I don't want to say we're running prior day high, but there's a strong possibility we're. Go back to what I said this morning. I don't know if you were on here. I said I could see us having a setup to where we run lower, we take out the low of the week, we put in the low of the week, and then we continue to take, the rest of today and into tomorrow is our distribution higher for the weekly candle. Now, I
Yeah.
don't know if we're going to take out the weekly high, but I think that more than likely we're probably going to take out yesterday's high.
Yeah, I mean, what I was thinking is if we get to London highs, like of course it's significant session liquidity. Personally, I'm not going to take a partial there. I'd rather just wait until we have a bearish breaker formed.
Yeah.
If we have SMT at the highs, of course. But for right now, I mean, I have my first partial at previous day highs, and I don't know if you feel the same way, but I'm planning to just keep it there.
Brother, I love that. I absolutely love that. Hey, watch this. How about I do the same with you?
Let's go.
You want to get jiggy? Let's get jiggy. Let's see what we can do.
Let's get it.
Because I mean, here's the thing: the market's going to show us what it wants to do, how it wants to do it, when it wants to do it, and we'll have notification beforehand if we need to get out of that trade.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Bradley says, "See, you're struggling, but just call it what it is. You are trading the parent candle, daily range low." Yes. I really am. I mean, that's all we're doing. We're playing these parent candles. One into the other. Alright, so let's see. What do we have happen here? What's our time? 10:50? What do we look for at 10:50? Look for continuation towards DOL or start of the move if the first macro did not deliver. So, we do have consecutive candle SMT up here with YM. Could be one that people could get short if they wanted to. But I would say short should not happen because it's overlapping breakers and of all the higher time frame stuff. And now, if we are to continue lower, I can play consecutive candle SMT as a continuation. However, for me, prior day low, I'll sit in this trade all day. Honestly. Oh no,
They're also overlapping.
Colorado went long again. We're cooked.
No, we were in it before him, so we're good.
Oh. We're cooked.
Actually, I don't know the rules. Where's Bestwick? But the short here would be overlapping breakers too.
Yeah, it would be. And again, I mean, you got to think about what liquidity has been taken. A prior day low is gonna outdo any of this. And now look, there could be an argument made that had ES and NQ ran above the midnight open, then I could see, a more valid short. Because, if you're trying to play the daily candle, you want to get in above or below that midnight open. But I mean, we didn't even touch the midnight open on ES or NQ. And I don't want my comments to freak anybody out and get them out of a trade, because I'm sitting in this. And I'm going to be sitting in it for a while. Unless they stop me out. Anybody uncomfortable? Freaking out a little bit? Or y'all good?
Currently looking at preparing an ad if it gives it.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. Looking to add, I like that. So it looks like YM gave us equal lows. Is that right? Hang on, I'll tell you. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. Well, that's the. There's 15 minutes. Yeah, it looks like, are they equal lows? Low 63? Yeah, equal. So ideally, we'd want to see YM give us a lower low here, and then ES is holding a higher low, and Q's holding a higher low, and then if that were to happen, this right here, this 1053, would be a good candidate to add on. Okay. Yeah, Spence, I don't even pay attention to equal lows or equal highs. I want to see the consecutive, the actual divergence with them. $10.59 in it. Let's see, Colin. You said you're a little uncomfy just because you usually trade the 50 to 10 macros, but lately you've been expanding outside of this. When did we get in this trade? Oh yeah, the SMR. Well, look, Colin. Definitely don't ever want to invalidate somebody's feelings, right? But what I want to do is share the logic, or not logical, the high probability things to look at, right? And this is what keeps me at ease in a trade. This prior day low, that is a huge liquidity pool. And I know if I take this same setup, it's going to have an 80% win rate. And I don't care if it's in the 1050 macro, or the 50 macro, or the SMR time frame. It's going to have a 80 to 90% win rate. So that gives me confidence or comfort knowing that, hey, if this loses, it's fine. It's 1 out of 2 out of the next 10 trades that I take with this setup. But when you see this pull back like that, it can be very daunting. Let's see. Brian, you said, pleasure watching how you roll. Thank you, man. Brian, take care. Thanks for joining. Jordan, is it significant that NQ came back and tagged 5-minute inversion fair value gap and bounced so far? Yeah, I mean, it can be. We've tagged it a few times. But I mean, as long as it holds, I mean, if you watch ICT's videos, you see him adding all the time in those inversion fair value gaps as it comes back and comes back and comes back and touches it. So I'm not on that level yet. Let's see, 950. Cracking. Where's the 950? No, I'm not concerned with that right now. And I'd like to see this consecutive candle hold up. So if you look at the hourly candle, no liquidity on the top or bottom on any of the assets have been taken. So for me, it's just you sit through this uncomfortableness. I mean, there's really no reason to get out of a trade yet. Let's see. Print. Uncomfortable here as we make consecutive candle SMT at the highs and 1051 bearish breaker is triggered. But learned a key lesson this week around session liquidity. Trumps all and to be patient in these trades. Absolutely. And look, think about the 10 o'clock open, right? Yes, we went up a little bit, but think about what liquidity was taken when we opened high. There was zero liquidity taken, so this is not an open high candle. The liquidity was taken on the low, right? So this has a high, and when I say high, I mean like 95% chance that the low of the 10 o'clock candle is in, okay? And now it should be the 4-hour candle as well. But so we open technically and go higher, but we don't take liquidity. We go lower, that takes the liquidity from the prior hour and the prior day. So this is an open low high close candle. Okay? So these are the ones that you see Arthur in, and he's just chilling, he's comfortable. And he's like, you know, he throws out those terms, he'll bet whatever that the low of the 10 o'clock candle is in, right? Or for the 4-hour candle. Let's see, what else we got? Sorry, just reading the chat. Oh, Aiden. Or Eden. He says low at 10 is in. 10 has closed. Amazing. Yeah, so we could have called that right. The 10 o'clock hourly candle low was definitely in. That's right, Bradley. That's a huge gem, and that can be a turning point in somebody's career. Is just understanding that, hey, just because a candle opens and goes higher, that doesn't mean it's an open high low close candle. What liquidity was taken? If it's taken on the low side, then it's an open low candle. Well, Eden, let's talk about that 11 o'clock candle. Can you say it has an open high? Because
I actually talked a bit with Tanny about this on a stream yesterday, and because I wanted to clarify like what liquidity is needed for it to be an open high or open low.
Mm-hmm.
And he essentially said that like 5-minute basis and CBIS could be enough, but
Okay.
they ain't always.
That makes sense.
But also here, like, we have to understand that, yeah, we have SMT on the lows. The 10 o'clock 4-hour is likely to be in, so
Eden.
you can't just use these open highs and open lows. Of course you need context.
Yeah. So Bradley wants you to say ain't. Ain't that right?
Ain't that right?
Didn't he just say ain't?
He did. I love it.
Made me laugh.
Love his accent.
Here's how I'm looking at it. If you had just opened your chart, where's the most obvious SMT?
Yep. At the lows.
At the lows. If you opened your chart right now and you weren't, necessarily paying attention, I guarantee someone's going, "Oh, I bet the breaker gang is long." Right? Like the consecutive candle SMT up there. I mean, one, we know that there was overlapping breakers, and then two, not the most significant liquidity taken to get you out of a previous day low sweep. But I mean, if you had just opened the charts, like if I had just opened the charts, I'd be thinking, oh yeah, everyone's long right now,
Yeah.
I think it's over analysis when you're just at the charts all day, But I don't know, it's just kind of how I'm viewing it.
Rules save your ass. Christian, didn't you had a question on the adding calculator, right?
I figured it out.
Okay. Because I was about to say,
I did figure it
I
out.
don't know if I'm going to add, but I'm sitting here. I'm about to do it.
I'm having a little bit of a hard time right now with the calculations on it for this specific trade because the stop loss would be below my entry on my original position is above where my stop loss would be. So I'm having to kind of having a little bit of a tricky time.
Yeah, this
Right
one's
now.
not a real good one because we're not in a lot of profit. Yeah,
Right.
so like if I were to even add just one contract here, it's telling me my
Right.
new stop would be 110. So
Same.
I can't add unless I want to take on more risk, which I don't.
Yeah, mine's doing the exact same
Yeah.
thing. It kind of threw me off at first.
Yeah. Let's see, Danny. Much appreciate the stream. I missed the party low S&T from earlier and a few other good ones while getting chopped up. Feel myself getting frustrated, so I need to step away. Well, Danny, take care. Thanks for coming in, man. And sorry to hear that you got chopped up with it. Today's a good one to review, and there's been two absolute clean setups. And I think it can help you in the future stay out of the mess. Yeah, Smile. I tell you what, I'll go over it with you later. We can do it in DM because I'll have to email you Arthur's Excel sheet. I can't share it on the stream right now, so it wouldn't make sense what I'm talking about. Bradley math tutor and a separate fee. Oh. Yeah, brother. Jordan, I'll share it with you.
Yeah, just kind of a side note. I was talking to Tenny when I figured it out. I was chatting with him and told him I figured it out, and we were talking about how adding was such a huge part to him going to the next level in his trading. Because say this was a good ad opportunity here, and I added and I kept my original 1R risk, and I was able to get milk 5-10R out of this trade, depending on how high it goes. Even if I did lose on this trade, and I take a 1R loss, say tomorrow or 2 days from now, I have a trade where I get to add, it gives me that 5-10R. It just it doesn't matter, you know what I mean, if you lose on that, because you do raise the risk of having your stop loss on that and being taken because you're raising it up now, you know.
Yeah.
But in the grand scheme of things, in the long run, it's how you get way ahead.
Yeah.
Really fast.
It is huge, and it was a huge eye opener to me when he shared his stats and he had that 13.5 profit factor. That's how he gets there, because he does get to add, and like you said, if you take one loss, he's still only losing 1R, but when it wins, dude, it's getting 6, 7, 8, 9, 10R. I mean, it's huge. Huge.
Yeah, there's no comparison there. That was the light bulb moment for me. I'm like, okay, I need to stop taking these 1R losses so seriously, because now that I know how to add, and I still need to practice, obviously, but now that I know how to add, there's no comparison there.
Yeah, no, completely agree. And that's honestly, over the probably starting next week, I'm gonna be a little bit less active in the chat throughout the day, just because I've got some stuff that I need to focus on. I do it every year, like the last 6 weeks of my year. I really focus on what I want to improve on for the following year, and adding is going to be a huge piece of it, because I'm not on that level yet, and that's the only thing holding me back that I feel. So next year we're going to go big. Here, let's take a look at something. Let's just have some fun. We need to do. We got the range, right? That first hourly range. That's why we're consolidating. We're writing 50% of that range. I used to look at that all the time. But I will share something that I learned from, I don't know if y'all know who Ali Khan is, but Ali Khan is a really good ICT trader. And he teaches this concept of like when you're in a market maker model, at the quarter level is where you can anticipate everything happening. So like from this range high to range low, look at where the first bounce occurred at that quarter level. Now we didn't know this was the quarter level at the time, but we do now. So what do we expect right here at this quarter level? Some kind of reaction up here as well. It is fascinating when you look at that kind of stuff. Let's see, Bradley, you said just make sure you add on a valid breaker. Trust me, it will hurt if you yeah. Let's see, Eden, you joining me and Manav going to Dubai and driving Lambos next year? I am, brother. So I don't know I don't think he's in the room today, but almost everybody that I've mentor outside of this group has joined the group. And when I went to Costa Rica, what was it, last month, the guy I went with, Ali, he actually was the one that got joined in the room last night. So Ali Momin, he's one of my childhood best friends. Him and I.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, he is in here. What's up, brother?
I'm just enjoying this, man. Took the trade with you as well, so let's see.
Nice. But yeah, we decided while we were in Costa Rica next year our trips to Dubai. So we're gonna be there, and NQ's paying for it. And if NQ's not paying for it, I'm gonna try to get Arthur to pay for it.
Let's go.
Let's see. Let me read through this chat. Solcon? What is Solcon, Eden? You got remember, I turn 41 next month, brother. I don't know what these cons are. I know Comic-Con.
Brett, you poor summer child.
I've been to Dragon Con too because it comes to Atlanta. It's actually really fun.
If only you knew.
Solcon needs God, Ethan.
Hey, Brett, I had a question. At what point, if the 1104 gets activated as a bearish breakers, would you exit the trade?
Well, let's go back to liquidity, right? So if 1104 gets activated, where's 1104? Right there. Okay. So if 1104 gets activated, what liquidity has been taken up here to send it, right? Now, I mean, we do have consecutive candle SMT on, everything but NQ. So it technically would be a valid breaker that you could close the trade on, or you could go short on if you think it's a continuation lower. But for me, since we took the prior day low, and that's the SMT that's in play right now, this prior day low is going to outdo any liquidity pool up here. Even, the 15-minute liquidity pool. And then even, if we go look at the hourly, like even the hourly candles haven't rated the 10 o'clock high yet on any asset. So, I mean, it's definitely, I'm not getting into it, or I wouldn't close my trade based on it. Again, I think based on the liquidity pool that's been rated, this 10 o'clock 4-hour candle, this is going to be the low 80, 90% of the time. So I'm going to stay in the trade.
So liquidity rate is what is keeping you in this
Oh,
trade
yeah.
because the liquidity has already happened.
Correct. And not only the liquidity rate, it's prior day liquidity.
Prior day liquidity, which is huge.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is, when you're talking about liquidity, I mean, very rarely are you going to be looking at the prior month high or low. But, weekly highs, weekly low liquidity, that's going to be number one. Then it's going to go to daily. Then it will go to, like, London session. Then it will go to New York session in that hierarchy.
Okay.
Bend over. Good
Right.
Lord, y'all. I bet Dover does have some calmness, Eden.
Hey, Brett, I got a question.
Yeah.
So if you look at the hourly, right, we got previous high SMT. If you look at the 1 hour, there's a 1 hour break at the high that yesterday's high just barely tagged.
Ooh. Yeah, that is a sneaky little one, isn't it?
No, I'm talking about you look at for Monday 11th, right? There's a breaker at the high.
Where? Hang on. Oh, this one right here?
Yeah, like we had SMT right there, and it barely ticked it. Would that still be in play?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, you got to think about it. Until this gets invalidated, that, the Monday high up here, until that gets ran, yes, this is still in play. And like you said, we ticked it, right? So, I mean, we could dig back up into it. And, I mean, we could still see a rejection. And let me see, where's this projection? Okay, I need to take that projection off. It got rated. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely a spot that you want to watch. And I tell you what, I'll do this to put it on the chart. We do need to have it on our chart so we can see. Because if it gets up there and you get a reaction, and I mean, look at it. Look at where it lines up, right? We run that prior day high, hit that, we could roll back over like we did yesterday afternoon. So yeah, good shout on that. And Jordan, I know I've said it through text in the chat, but man, it has been fun to see your improvement, dude. Just by the conversations and stuff that you do say in the chat and some of the trades you're taking, you've really leveled up. It's fun to watch.
And I appreciate it, man. It just like most of us in the rest of the group, it just self-sabotage, right? So if I could just get out of my own way, next year is going to be amazing.
Yep. It's the hardest piece, man. Everybody I'd say 90% of the people in the room right now, they know how to trade the model. They know what they need to take, how they need to do it. It's just they don't have that psychology piece yet. And once they get it, it's, off to the races. So let's see, what do we have right there? Is that equal highs? No, okay, so we no longer have the consecutive candle SMT up there. Because what I was going to say is, one could view this as accumulation. We get out of it and then distribute lower. Yeah, Anthony, go ahead, bud.
Oh, I was just raising my hand because we had this exact conversation yesterday that I can't get out of my own way.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't going to call you out, though, brother.
It might help.
Yeah.
As you said, 90% of the people in this room have the same problem. So maybe getting called out and thrown on the stage might open your eyes a little bit.
Well, if you don't mind me do you care if I talk a little bit in generalities about what we talk about?
Fred, anything I say to you is fair game on the stage, man. So go ahead.
Awesome. Okay. So look, I don't know if y'all have kept track with some of Anthony's stuff, but I'd say it was about a month ago, maybe a little bit longer.
The month of October, I had 3 losing days, and it wiped out a whole month's worth of gains.
Yep. But before that, those gains, he had taken Apex for, man, I think like $8,000. He'd taken Take Profit Trader for, several thousand. I mean, really.
11,000 total during the month.
Yeah, really killed it. And he has an issue sometimes where he wants to revenge trade, right? And he'll take setups that he knows aren't the best to get a loss back, and he will jump into a trade even though knowing he's chasing. And he went 3-4 weeks where he just killed it. I mean, absolutely killed it. I don't know if he took a losing day. And then he let the old stuff come back in, and in a matter of 3 days, wiped out everything. And it's so easy to do. And logically, he knows, I know, we all know that why would we go back to the same old crap that we were doing when we just proved to ourselves that by changing what we do is successful? So it's an ongoing thing, and it always will be with everybody. Tenny struggles with stuff. There's stuff that I struggle with that I have to focus on. So don't ever think that you get your demons, conquered, because they can creep up in a heartbeat. I mean, what was it? 2 weeks ago, Tenny had to take, I think, 2 days off or a day off because his demons creeped up on him. And, I think Arthur's the best trader I've ever been around. Hands down. Hey, buddy. I don't know. I'll probably get done live streaming here in a little bit. You want to say hey to everybody? Say good morning. You're great, buddy. I love you, champ. Alright, I tell you what, give me a few minutes and I'll come make you lunch, okay? Okay. Love you, dude. Get a snack. Let's see what we got. I mean, there's really nothing going on right now. It's...
So you ain't looking at to add here or something?
No, because like for me to add, it would have to be up here on this one, and it's going to expand my risk.
So why wouldn't you add on like the bullish breakers being created here?
Right. Well, let's think about it a minute, right? What are we technically in right here?
Consolidation.
Okay, so do we take a breaker out of consolidation?
No, but we did go lower and create SMT on the lows prior to expanding out of the consolidation, so we could view it as already having manipulated like the consolidation to then go higher.
You definitely could. Hey, if somebody wants to add, go for it. But for me, I think this would get rated a lot more, and it's going to work out in my favor. And remember, I want to be in this move. Well, I mean, granted, I would love to add, but I want to get prior day high. I don't want to get stopped out before.
Yeah.
My thought process with this, if I do add, it's going to be on 10:53, because that's also 9:30 and true day open, time CISD right there.
Oh yeah, that'd be a great flip.
Yeah. With the SMT on the lows, that I figured out the miracle took me a little bit on this one, but I just figured that would be the best and most logical area to add if I was going to add on this position.
Yeah, and look, Jordan just posted 1050. We did retrace, right? So this should be a loan for the 1130 SMR. So you can look to play it. See, that's funny, Colin. I do. That's the only way I'll play them. And he said he doesn't like the consecutive candle and continuations. Oh, I tell you what. I don't know what the result of our trade's going to be, but this has been a pretty clean price action with the stream today. It's been good. Bella, what are you doing, baby? Come here. Hey, I tell y'all what, I need to go grab some water real fast, and I need to let my dogs outside. Give me just a minute, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Man, I was hoping to come back to a TP1 hit at prior day high. I guess that's a lot to ask in a few minutes, huh? Whew.
Brett, not to, try and predict the market here, but not having reached EP targets yet coming into lunch hour, does that have you reevaluate your TP levels?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, let's look at the overall trend, right? So from 9:30, we went straight down. So I'd say our trend is still kind of down from the open. I could see where, hey, we need to close it out at lunch and then reevaluate. But honestly, you know, that prior day low, it trumps everything, you know. So I let's see at the top of the hour what it looks like and what we get. You know, you never know. Maybe we get a little pullback here, down into here, and then we get a bullish breaker at 1150, and then that could be a continuation higher. Or it could do the opposite. We run up here, create a short. Nas, what's up, brother? Man, I don't know if we're cooking or if the market makers are cooking us, but we're in a long now. There was a fantastic short at the open that some got into, so it's been a pretty good day. Eden, you must say that because Denver got short then, huh? About to explode. Slow simmer. Speaking of that, I gotta get my crock pot going tomorrow. Gonna do a roast. Yeah, that's right. I'm old. A roast. So is his TP all the way up where ours is? What's a roast? It's a type of meat. Very true, Bradley. Yeah, there it is. That's the good stuff right there. Wheezy, thanks, brother. Take care, man. Now, Eden, I got a question for you. I know you didn't get into the long originally. Are you in the long now, or are you flat waiting?
Yeah, I'm just flat here because I can see it's taking out these lows here and either creating a bearish 5-minute breaker with the 11 time-based CST or just sweeping the low since we haven't taken any like previous hourly low for it to be really safe.
I think that's smart. If you can't have that stop all the way down there.
And also, like, what I'm trying to do is not trade when we are in the middle of the range. And like all of your entries were based off a run of the side of the lower side, and then getting the bullish breaker. While mine would have been a continuation in the middle of the range, where my losers often, most times, is.
Yep, makes sense.
Also, like, I think we have Powell speaking in the afternoon, so I don't have too high expectations on like a very large expansion. But we'll see.
Let's see. Is there a little breaker here? Yeah, right here. Let's see. So this could be the SMR. I mean, I please don't take this based off what I'm saying here. But this technically could be one of the breakers. Actually, it would probably be that one. All right. Yeah, I think we did have some SMT there. So this could be the SMR to send it up for up until the lunch macro. Let's see. Colin, go get it, man. You about to get a mansion, baby. mean, is that prior day high? Let's see. No, that's way up there. Alright, Manav, I gotta go back to my prior plan. I gotta follow my model, right? We'll see what happens. I might adjust it, but you gotta stick to the plan. Alright, we'll take out the... let's see. Let's go take a look at what we got here. Where are these hourly candle highs? So we do have a... I don't know how high probability this is. Yeah, I mean, there's no SMT here. I was going to say YM does have an hourly unicorn, but there's no SMT up here, so I think that this will get traded through on the hourly. Let me see, Colin. Would 1045 swing high be significant enough liquidity to use for close if SMT and breaker form there? Let's see. Let's go look at the 1045. Well, so you could say yes, 1045 would be significant, and why is that? Think about what the 1045 high is. That's the 10 o'clock candle's high. So we're in the 11 o'clock candle now. Let me change the views on this to the hour. So that 1045 high is right here at the high of this. So yeah, you could rate it. That's liquidity taken. Bearish breaker sets up at the 1250 or 1150 macro where we look to counter trend trade. Absolutely, you could close the trade there. Nothing wrong with it. That would be valid. And I can respect that, right? The other stuff, yeah, no, I mean, no liquidity has been taken, nothing like that. But yeah, that 1045 is significant. Alright, let's see. What kind of run y'all think we're gonna get? You think we're gonna hit those London highs? AM highs? Or failure swing here?
You're
you know, I let's look at this 15-minute. I think London as well. And, you know, NQ should be the one to do it. I mean, let me take that back because London's already been rated on ES and YM. But NQ should take the lead on running higher and taking out any of this liquidity. So I would view the London high on NQ the same as the news high on the other two assets because that's their next liquidity pool that they haven't taken yet. So I would say I think NQ should take London before ES and YM take those news highs just because we took prior day low on NQ. Nice little rejection here again off that midnight open. They're making it tough today. Alright, we did raid that candle high on ES and NQ. So this would be one if the time is right and we create a bearish breaker that you can just flatten the trade if you see fit. Well, Colin, I like that view on it. And he said, notice how ES just shallow, was a shallow run above, and none of the bodies closed above it. So we've used that as just engineering liquidity for a run later. And very valid, yeah. And it lines up perfectly with that news, data high. So look, Arthur talked about this a little bit yesterday. You don't freak out on any kind of pullback until you get a breaker formed, right? So yes, we do have SMT up here with the prior hour highs. But if the market gives us a bearish breaker, then you have a decision to make. But until that happens, you sit here and you enjoy the trade. Now granted, the first bullish or bearish breaker is not until down here near break even for me, so I'd have to have a decision to make at that point. Yeah, I'm not missing any breaker up in here. I mean, oh look, we did invert that SIBI on the 5 minute. Yeah, I could see this being a retrace to go higher. Let's see, 1051. Oh yeah, Con, I could definitely see why I'm taking that. And I mean, you got to think about it. It took the most significant liquidity, so it needs some downside to go up. Let's see, Manav as. Would you consider adding on 1145 if we confirm it during the macro, since we would expect 1150 to go higher since 1050 went lower? Let's look at it. Which one? 1145. Yeah. I mean, this is one that you technically could add. Let me just mess around with this calculator. You could. Entry would be 2135. Okay, so yeah, one could add on this. However, I can't do it because it would add a little bit too much risk for me still. It would put my break even. Even just adding one contract would be at 109. So I know that's not that much risk to add. I mean, we're only talking $14, but you know, spread over 3 contracts, it's outside my risk, so I can't do it. But yes, now one thing one could do too. There is consecutive candle SMT here. You could anticipate you could anticipate this right here, which that candle, the 1150, just closed. So you could technically anticipate this if you wanted to. But with it running the prior hour high, this isn't one I'd anticipate. Brother, it is overlapping with the breaker candle.
What you're talking about?
1146 Sibi.
So you counted it as overlapping?
Well, yeah, look at 1145. It's part of the breaker.
Yeah, but like it ain't like overlapping with it. It's part of the Sibi, so I thought we had to overlap with the breaker candle.
No.
I think it counts if it also forms the.
When it's part of the breaker leg, it is a high probability.
All right, yeah, I've been tripping on that then.
Yeah.
But you are the archivist, so I'm not gonna say I'm positive.
Well, Bradley, hey, if we're wrong on that, all we have to say is we'll never do it again.
Exactly.
I'm not sure about this though, because I haven't asked this specific question. I just thought it was.
So yeah. I mean, this is how I anticipate when our fair value gap is part of the actual breaker that I want to take. I will anticipate it.
Yeah, I'm going to check this.
Go check it, brother. Yeah, so your entry, Manav, would be 10 points higher. Mine was at like 109. So, yeah, so I cause my stop would have to be down at like 102. Okay, Colin, thanks for keeping us on track here. Yeah. Okay, so looks like YM is running for this low here for the AM. Yeah, and they're holding NQ up at the moment. Notice how they're not even letting. I mean, now this could change in a second, but we've got a higher low compared to the 15-minute candle, right? And we just took the hourly high, so you should really see NQ displacing lower, like ES is, because ES took the hourly high too. So I mean, it's a good sign and stuff that I look at. So the other assets are below the 10 o'clock open. NQ still holding above for the time being. And the reason you're seeing the strength in NQ is because of this prior day low. We took that liquidity, right? These other assets have not taken any sell side liquidity. Yep, and YM just took it. Just took the AM low. So now, this 1150 can be a different story. If this 1150 gets confirmed, this is lunch macro going higher. Alright, so now we have the 10 o'clock low SMT. I know we had the high up here too, but we got the YM taking the lows. You know, I could see ES coming down and taking it as well. NQ should not, though. It should not. Now, granted, we can be wrong, but I'm not overly concerned about this trade at this moment. Yeah, Bradley, I agree with you. My stop's going to have to get hit. Because again, prior day low liquidity is huge. Huge. Did you get back into a short, Eden? Bradley, isn't it funny how we start to learn what other people in the room trade? Like, I know every time you're in a trade, dude. We get that time-based change in state delivery. I know you're in it. I love it. Well, I tell you what, we got about 20 seconds. I don't want to see this 5-minute confirm. Bouncing Q. Did that confirm? I don't think it did it? did by a tick. Yeah, we might be going a little lower. I don't know how much lower, but we might be going lower. Alright, so we had 12 o'clock open, distributed straight lower, right? I just want to... Sarah, take care. Thanks for joining. And Tony, take care, buddy. I'll chat later with you.
So are you looking to hold this until like you're getting stopped out?
Yeah, man. Trying to play that 4-hour range prior day low. I mean, it's you know, I mean, I really don't like any reason to get out of this trade right now. Now, granted, you know, there is a play that you could say to take that short. So, I mean, the short is valid, so I could see closing the trade. I could also see flipping. I mean, I might be,
So now
be stubborn, but...
You're looking to catch like the whole 4-hour distribution instead of playing like each hour as its own.
Yeah. With this
Yeah, I see
entry
that.
and the prior day low, I am.
Yeah.
Now, this one right here, if it wasn't overlapping, I would say would be a really high probability long. And, oh, you know what? This actually, hang on a minute.
The 1 minute had SMT while it formed too.
For the bearish?
The bearish one. Yeah, but we still have the 5 minute here.
Oh yeah, 5-minute breaker. So what would, hang on, this new entry would be 2021-106.25. Where would my stop? 76. Am I doing that wrong? Oh yeah, I can't even. Hang on. Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. Yeah, I still can't add. Well, technically no, I could, because that would be 4, that would bring it up. Yeah, this one could be an add. I'm putting into the thing wrong, but...
Yeah, it's just confusing. The math is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Because you have to find the difference between break even to where your new price would be, and then also add. Yeah, it's a little. I did figure it out. I already got stopped out on my ad. I did add.
Gotcha. Oh, you know what? That's why I'm doing it wrong. Yeah, sorry. This would actually... This would be one to add, if it were to form. I was sitting here looking at my average price being down here at the stop, but no, I need it up here. Alright, let me catch up on some of this. Colin, take care, buddy. Spence, we technically do have a rule book. I do at least, but I'm playing this, the daily low. Let me go look at this 15 real fast. Oh, man. Look, ES was so close to running those lows too. I do want to see what these projections are. Manav, I'm sorry that I can't be more excitement for you. That hurts my feelings. If I had my webcam on, you'd see me dancing right now, though. I'm joking. Brother, I'm just picking on you. I know what you're talking about. You running around with your shirt off sitting here talking to ladies. I know what you're doing. I got you. Showing them your quads. I got you. Oh, wow. Man, I mean, this... when did I enter this trade? Been sitting in this bad boy for an hour and 40 minutes at barely break even. He's on Tinder saying I'm a trader. No, yeah, he's on Tinder saying I'm a trader, and he's saying, yeah, I got $2 million in capital I trade with. I'm $1 million fund, or I'm $1 million trader. Ugh. Hang on one second, y'all. Yeah, don't worry about schematics, millionaire. Alright, so again, this was one right here that you could have anticipated if you wanted to. For some reason, and I want to go back and ask Arthur this, I actually think he might anticipate this one if he was here. And probably do an ad with it compared to where, like, the entry would have been, because he would have been in this on the anticipation of, you know, that. I believe he would have added here, though, on the anticipation. And this will be a good one to study and go back and review for your own trading. I know I will, at least. What do you mean green candle lining up with the FVG? You don't need a green candle. You have a swing low, that's green. Swing high, low. So I mean that's your breaker block right there technically, but swing high is what we play. Send it, baby. Let's go. Look, oh, you know what? I wasn't even thinking about it. This is a miscue on my part. Absolute miscue. Look, it lines up with the 12 o'clock open, too. If you... Ooh, failed to create that breaker, though. That's not what you want to see. Yeah, that's definitely not what you want to see right there. And so... Why do I say that? Does anybody know why I say that?
Well, you're saying that it's not good failing to create it.
Yep, but specifically why?
Because of the macro just ended.
There you go. Yep, because that was the time frame we want to see it created 11:50 to 12:10. This was the 12:10 candle. It was going to close above and it rejected hard. So, from a price action standpoint with the algo, I do not like that.
And that we just traded right back up into that 5-minute negative breaker, bearish breaker.
Yeah, I'm not even looking at it. Let's see. Yeah. You know what? ES might need to run these AM lows or even the prior day low. Well, man, that's a stinker right there. Code dig deeper. No answers will be given. Nas, I love that, brother. Thanks, man. Oh. What's up, buddy? Love you, dude. Oh, yeah. So sorry, y'all. I was having to deal with some. So you see that? I mean, that rejection right there, right at the 12:10. What it's doing, the price. I'm watching ES. I want to see what kind of reaction we get if we run the AM lows and also the possibly even prior day low. Alright, AM low rated. I think it's going for prior day low. Yep. This one might be running lower. We'll see what kind of reaction we get down here at prior day low. Alright, there it goes. So, last saving hope here. If not, man. But I tell you what, though, glad we did not anticipate that. Glad we did not confirm. Well, look, had we confirmed this breaker, we wouldn't be selling off like this. I mean, the algo told us exactly what was going to happen. I believe. But
Hey, Brett,
yeah.
regardless if that trade is a loser, like just for them to see that you were able to identify, like in a split second when it happened, like the breaker wasn't formed, this is not good. That's a big fucking takeaway for everybody that is on the stream right now. You know, because you cannot just cut the trade right away because you were able to identify one, it didn't close. The second was that it was right on the on the time that you said on the macro time. So for me, it's a win, even though the trade is a loser.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
learning how to read price actions huge, and it tells us. It definitely tells us. And now look, I just drew the fib projection up here for this little manipulation higher. We came down to almost -4 standard deviation from the, if this is a manipulation a little bit higher here. So technically this could be the 12-hour, or I mean the 12 o'clock candle range. Let's see though. And these are just different things that I look at while, price is unfolding. And then I'll also do it on the opposite side. So let's say if we can get back above, and now maybe this was the manipulation piece, where would these projections have us going? Okay, well, 2.5 takes us up to London. Yeah, Bradley. I think by doing that, it keeps you one step ahead, and you're not shocked. So, like, if this does rally, I'm not going to be shocked and be like, oh, let me scramble and see where can this breaker take us to now. I already know. And, like, a lot of the time I'll go in here, and I'm not going to do it here because I'm already in the trade and I can't add, but, I'll go ahead and be like, okay, if this confirms, okay, I can do 2. All right, my risk is 194. All right, perfect. So, this is probably 5 minutes away from forming if it were to form. But I already know what my entry will be. I know what my targets are going to be in size. Of course, I need to be looking lower. What kind of... So look, yeah, the projections from that 1205 breaker take us just under the lows.
You see is the car that is leaking? It was other car that was there yesterday?
No, it's your mic's on, brother. Something's leaking.
It's not for him. But did you see his car?
Let me go mute him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because it's leaking big time right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be leaking right now. All right, so what do we look for at 12:30? We can look to play it as a SMT if lunch was a continuation and it hit the DOL. Was it the DOL for ES? You know, did that lunch macro accomplish its goal on ES? Now, I'm not gonna, I'm not looking to obviously add here because I'm underwater on the trade, but, if a bullish breaker sets up here, I could see someone justifying taking it. And I tell you what, I think that Denver SMT strikes again if this thing loses. It's because he went long. Yeah, Fade Denver is the highest probability setup that we have. I think Eden's going to be doing a stream on it next week. He's got a course coming out, him and Best. Ow. Oh. Oh, man.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Eden said, you haven't been able to understand why he's been so bearish this whole time, though. I have no idea. It might be a screenshot. Yeah. Fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Man, it looks like YM's trying to get that prior day low, too. I would really much rather see YM not take it. Alright, gang, I tell you what, it is almost 12:30. I need to go get some food. I'm gonna take a break. I don't know if I'm gonna jump back on this later, but what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna keep my screen share going, until either get stopped out or TPs get hit, which it's not looking like it, but you know, we'll see. See what happens. If you have any questions on anything we talked about today or anything, shoot me a DM or holler at me. I got a feeling we're about to get stopped out here. But like I said, I'll keep this on until one or the two happen. But I appreciate y'all, and I'll chat with everybody soon.
Yeah, damn, Bobby. Wow, Bobby.
Give me those fucking nuggets with barbecue sauce, boy.